Yeah, I love it.
Am I right?
God, you're sick. artificial electromagnetic effects. Electromagnetic effects, artificial 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 electromagnetic effects. Artificial electromagnetic effects.
It's not as colorful, but I see the world how it really is.
The world is a perfect circle of endless possibilities.
It's not a circle. It's a hole. I just wish, don't, but I know, don't, but I know. Would you break if you're tell them what you know from the I just wish. just wish. Would you fly if you're all the moon? Would you don't. I just wish don't, but I know don't, don't. Would you play if you're all the moon? Would you lose from the broken? I'll be running through the jungle, I've been crying with the wolves to get to you. I'll be running through the jungle, I've been crying with the wolves to get to you. I'll be running through the jungle, I've been crying with the wolves to get to you. To get to you, I get to you. I've never been alone before.
never it. Never it. Ow. You tell me when I'm being an arrogant son of a bitch, and I tell you when you're being a pain in the ass. Which you are, 99% of the time. I'm not afraid to hurt your feelings. They have like a 2-second rebound rate, and you're back doing the next pain in the ass thing.
So what?
So it's not gonna be easy. It's gonna be really hard. And we're gonna have to work at this every day, but I wanna do that because I want you. I want all of you, forever. You and me, every day. You do something for me, please. Just picture your life for me. 30 years from now, 40 years from now. What's it look like?
just in time. Be that get out of just in time. Be that
How's that, buddy? I don't fucking know.
Smoke hairdo.
If you wish to make an apple pie from scratch, you must first invent the universe.
might not seem of any particular interest. But for us, it's different. Consider again that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. The aggregate of our joy and suffering, thousands of confident religions, ideologies, and economic doctrines, every hunter and forager, every hero and coward, every creator and destroyer of civilization, every king and peasant, every young couple in love, every mother and father, hopeful child, inventor and explorer, every teacher of morals, every corrupt politician, every superstar, every supreme leader, every saint and sinner in the history of our species lived there, on a mote of dust, suspended in a sunbeam. The Earth is a very small stage in a vast cosmic arena. Think of the rivers of blood spilled by all those generals and emperors, so that in glory and triumph they could become the momentary masters of a fraction of a dot. Think of the endless cruelties visited by the inhabitants of one corner of this pixel on the scarcely distinguishable inhabitants of some other corner. How frequent their misunderstandings, how eager they are to kill one another, how fervent their hatreds. Our posturings, our imagined self-importance, the delusion that we have some privileged position in the universe, are challenged by this point of pale light. Our planet is a lonely speck in the great enveloping cosmic dark. In our obscurity, in all this vastness, there is no hint that help will come from elsewhere to save us from ourselves. The Earth is the only world known so far to harbor life. There is nowhere else, at least in the near future, to which our species could migrate. Visit? Yes. Settle? Not yet. Like it or not, for the moment, the Earth is where we make our stand. It has been said that astronomy is a humbling and character-building experience. There is perhaps no better demonstration of the folly of human conceits than this distant image of our tiny world. To me, it underscores our responsibility to deal more kindly with one another and to preserve and cherish the pale blue dot, the only home we've ever known.
just to end up there with no conclusion. They say way up north is where all we go when we die. But there is nothing less about this place. It's an illusion. You can almost hear it when it passes you by. Passes you by. The interstate still smells of arson and incineration. There is no turning back this time. I cannot escape. Sometimes I look down at my hands and they assume the blame. They wrote my name in pain. It never did translate. It's an illusion. You can almost hear it when it passes you by. Passes you by. She said it kills me the same old way. She said it kills me the same old way. She said it kills me the same old way. She said it kills me the same old way. She said it kills me the same old way. She said it kills me the same old way. She said it kills me the same old way. She said it kills me the same old way. This heart of ice of mine have witnessed more than they could take. And now this soul I built is just a burnout empty space. They tore this city down with only matches and a candle. She still had that sorry look drop across her face. Such a nervous break. We'll put it on. shotgun tastes of phantom images. The way I saw them has to fail, throwing bodies into ditches. Just the sounds to right. I wrote I should have spoke up. skin turns to dust and nothing feels heavy anymore. Do you think you'd miss your way? Do you think you'd miss your way? Everything will stay the same. No matter how you choose to scale the fruit, you will never soak up all the juice. My love, my love's my nectarine. When skin turns to dust and nothing feels heavy anymore, will you miss me or forget me? Do you think you'll miss the way? Everything will stay the same. No matter how you choose to scale the fruit, you will never soak up all the juice. My love, my lust, my nectarine. Yeah, I'm the tillman, yeah, I'm the Jillian, yeah, I'm the shadow in front of your dress. Yeah, I'm the doorman, yeah, I'm the love that isn't ever what it says to be. The sight of shit is burning me. Tracks or a train wreck, this friction that we crave. Train tracks or a train wreck, this friction that we crave.
choice right now between fear and love. The eyes of fear want you to put bigger locks on your door, buy guns, close yourself off. The eyes of love instead see all of us as one. Here's what we can do to change the world right now to a better ride. Take all that money we spend on weapons and defense each year and instead spend it feeding, clothing, and educating the poor of the world, which it would many times over, not one human being excluded, and we can explore space together, both inner and outer, forever in peace. Thank you very much. You've been great. I hope you enjoyed it. London, you're fantastic. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The United States of America is the demon of the world.
that is true.
He's alive. And show him to you.
We're stiff and stale, we're stiff and stale. Like the smoke in my lungs, we are destined for the wind. We are adrift and burn, we're adrift and burn. If this is the bottom, then why am I lost again? We are. just eclipsed by the struggle that shines in the dark. And nowhere is where we end with heavy lidden hearts. Just eclipsed by the struggle that shines in the dark. And nowhere is where we end with heavy lidden hearts. Heavy lidden hearts. Nowhere is where we end with heavy lidden hearts.
she touches me, and she's ugly when she touches me. She's ugly when she touches me, and she's
I wake up on a mattress, floating in the middle of a midnight ocean. Your voice is suspended in the darkness of the air above me, but not out of reach. If I breathe in the new air hard enough, I can taste your closeness, your intentions. I drift beside you for a while, listening. There is a comforting certainty that resides in your tone. I follow your voice up onto your sailboat, lightning like ideas, like boats of reason, tiny moments where our faces are revealed. If I touch your face, I fear the world will fall apart. I fear the ocean will drain like a tiny bathtub and I will be alone and damp on the ground. I touch you anyway. The lightning told me to. But it was your glance that told me to kiss you. Instinct over reason. I strive to change the season. And when it makes so much sense if it wasn't right, lightning doesn't lie. I thought the waves were creating this dance, but now I think maybe we are the waves. Conversation runs as smoothly as hands on skin, as fingertips on faces, every curve, every goose bump. We know each other entirely. The ocean granted us that opportunity. The only question left is, do you like what you've discovered? And for how long?
This is how I met you. Those invisible frequencies, those late night conversations that would last till morning. I remember waking up alone, sleeping in late and hoping that maybe you'd be around when I signed in. I started plotting. If I left at 6 a.m., then I could be in Michigan by sundown. Maybe we could get coffee and I could pretend that I liked it. Maybe we wouldn't do anything at all, and I wouldn't even have to pretend because I'd prefer it that way. And I started executing. I stayed up until sunrise, fearful that I'd miss my train and you'd wake to bad news. I hugged my family goodbye, took a connecting train in Chicago, inching my way closer, palms sweating, heart beating like a machine gun. And then there you were, 45 minutes late, bright-eyed and confident. And there I was, sweating bullets with holes in my shoes and a nervous twitching in my legs. We walked to the car. You kissed me, and I breathed for what seemed like the very first time. A whole lot of nothing. Snow, more snow, farmland, a far view of icy mountains. The speed limits are 80 miles per hour on some stretches, something that only makes me believe that even the politicians know that Idaho is a state you just want to get through as fast as humanly possible. The seasons rapidly change from winter to spring depending upon where you are. When we first entered northern Idaho, it was snowing and frostbitten. By the time we hit the edge of the state, we were sweating profusely. It's a strange sensation. This is the most desolate state I've ever driven through. Even the tourist signs at the rest stops make note of the landscape being untrammeled by humanity for hundreds of miles. It's so strange to me how removed from nature most people actually are. I'm uncomfortable when I'm surrounded by it. I-83 stretches for what seems an eternity, monotony only broken by the occasional hill or pack of elks drinking from nearby creeks. If I hadn't already been on the road for 10 hours, all of this might seem strangely tranquil. As is, in the right now though, I can't wait until we escape its isolating clutches. I struggle to find anything noteworthy to mention about Wyoming. It's barren as barren can be. If the United States were a class of students at a school dance, then Wyoming would certainly be the awkward kid that spends the entire night in the bathroom. Everybody wonders why he even showed up at all, and nobody has any explanation for it. He's just there. Wyoming's just here. That's all there is to it. The mountains settle behind us like the foam from a fountain drink. As we drive on, it looks as if it's fizzing down completely. One can certainly hope. You know what I realized today? I'm just too damn American. I like supersized meals with 62-ounce sodas, and I really enjoy eating it all while I watch bad reality TV. And I think Paris looks pretentious, with people that are somehow proud of the uninspired architecture and of all the god-awful French cinema. I've read that many people get depressed when they visit a foreign place, and it doesn't live up to the fairy tale. And that's why I like America too, because people come here and they think, man, that wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. We are trained from the start to be this way, to have some hidden pride about where our parents fucked. And I've trained myself out of it by paying very close attention to the way we eat at one another. But if I had to choose an Iowan cornfield or the cold beaches of Lake Michigan or even the 9th Ward of New Orleans over Paris, it wouldn't take long to decide. I have grease running through my veins at all times, consuming supersized meals and giving myself type 2 diabetes. Maybe that's causing the nausea I feel whenever I hear people romanticize some foreign place they've never even been to. No matter where you go, and no matter how fast you run, you'll never escape where you were and who you were always bound to be. The tires are worn like a wrinkled old man, foot against the gas pedal, together through endless miles of asphalt. And in that way, we're all kind of connected. And in that way, I kind of wish we weren't, because there's too many people and not enough forest between us. I almost died in an ice storm as my tires slid on the highway and sputtered, choked for life, then fell asleep on an overpass. It was snowing so hard that when it began to rain, it almost seemed intentional. I was equipped with an AM radio, so I listened to an old man proselytize over the airwaves as I watched the water freeze. The man told me that God was benevolent, and if I just believed in him, if I really tried to spark a conversation, he'd talk back to me. And because I was going to die anyway, I figured why the fuck not? My fingers were turning white and the car was getting cold when I finally asked him for some help. I turned the engine over and it went click, 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 click. And the man on the radio stopped talking. Please, God. Click, click, click. The engine sputtered and puked up some oil that drained like blood on the cement. By all definitions, the car was useless, and obviously there was no God. I saved myself by hitchhiking, and the car that picked me up had a bumper sticker with Darwin's face on it.
When life is described through the tongue and the scope of someone living it, it's almost always inherently skewed. Even the faults that we're aware of in life are either completely romanticized or blown out of proportion entirely. What is this sense of self? Is it all really just an illusion limited to our naive grasp of environment? And those only present a small scope of the universe at a time. For instance, I love the way the sun rises in the morning and paints the entire landscape this vibrant orange. But is that really how the sky looks? How many colors am I not able to see? How many skin particles are floating in front of my face right now? That old sense of self dissipating back into the atmosphere. Consciousness is limited by our senses and the things that we're able to experience. But that's not what is truly happening. So what does that say about life exactly? Life is fleeting, and because of that, it tends to embrace another illusory concept: separation. In truth, I believe that we're all part of a singular consciousness. And I know that that is some new age bullshit, but it's something that I really believe. The ideals that confine and separate us are truly irrelevant. Countries build bombs and strong-arm third world countries to maintain their power. This happens every day. And it occurs with the complete knowledge that we could take that money and help people. But instead we use it to kill them. Everything in the world is dictated by illusion. In this case, it's those invisible lines that separate us from cultures. But really, it just all boils down to that irrational lack of understanding that it's all illusory. We are no different than that sun that peeks up above the horizon every morning. We are made different by the inconsequential. Religion, sex, race, social status, the list is endless. Truly. But we're all apes. We're still evolving. We're all made from the same collision of stars and gas. Everything that exists, from a tree to a rock to a puppy to a human being, it's all the same. It's truly the result of natural phenomena. It's just this little unevolved center of our brain that embraces this separation between here and there, between me and you. We're all one people, and we're all floating aimlessly on a rock made of mostly undrinkable water. The eternal struggle between the universe and our sense of self is just a product of our inability to grasp that it's all in our heads. Self is an illusion. We are biological machines. I think that's beautiful and scary at the same time. So who am I? And who are you? Is the nuance truly important? How many people feel the same way that I do about everything? There are billions and billions and billions of people roaming around the globe right now. Surely some of them have the same mental makeup that I do. But who cares? I see life as a revolving door of consequence. Nobody really has a plan. We're all just kind of winging it. Everybody is just as confused and lost as I am. Some people can delude themselves and others can just hide it really well. But there's really not much of a difference. I enjoy music with my ears, as I'm sure you probably do too. What separates me from you and from anybody else is how a certain song will inspire me. How a certain song can trigger a specific moment in my life and take me right back to somewhere else. Somewhere prior to this moment. The style, the tone, the inspiration that I get when I hear a song. But does that really make me any different than somebody that listens to Justin Bieber and is affected by him and his teenage counterparts? At the core, we're both still being affected. And I enjoy taking photos, probably because it helps me gauge how much time I've spent on Earth. I can look at a photo and see a prior version of me. But that begs the question, what exactly is time? After all, there's no such thing as yesterday, even though I have skeletons in my closet from that illusion that I'll likely never transcend. Yesterday doesn't exist. It might as well have never existed in the first place. The common theory is that with more time on Earth, the more wisdom you gain. But I think that's false. Becoming concrete in your experience does not transcend the human condition. It doesn't equal maturity or wisdom. It just means you've been on this rock longer. The future scares the shit out of me because it's not linear. It's a tree with 630,000 separate limbs in every conceivable direction. Tomorrow will be the first day of the rest of my life, and that will invalidate now. Today will be made irrelevant. It will turn into yesterday. But they're both illusions. The only thing that really exists is this moment. Right here, right now. My dirty bedroom constantly reminds me of how much of a slob I am. It'll be cleaned eventually though, and all the things I see in that room will fade away. as if they never even existed in the first place. I am the same as that room. That room is the same as me. Everything is in a perpetual state of shift until something destroys it completely. Eventually, I will die and rot in that black island soil. Everybody I've ever known, ever loved, ever hated, ever felt in a warm embrace and watched the sun rise over the horizon, they'll die too. The memory of me will be tainted until eventually it's just lost forever. We live in a cold and uncaring universe. That's true, but you know what? That's okay. Bask in the delusion and enjoy your fucking life. Enjoy what you can make out of it, what you can grasp, what you can feel. Enjoy that morning sun as it begins to rise, but know that we're the ones that are truly spinning. Just try for a moment to stop separating yourself by the irrelevant. We are the same. We are not real. We soon will end. I think that's beautiful and scary at the same time.
Like an anti-war protester that still drove to the rally in his loaded SUV, who screams this fight's unjustified and his clothes made overseas. But you know, if we would just listen to those cowards in disguise, who make bad decisions for us so we won't hate our lives, so we can have our products and our open all-night diners and even waste our food. But right now, there's someone starving in a cold dark alley or in a third world country, but guess what? It's not you. So the proud man on the megaphone is the same one waging war, who lives his life by owning things, then ignoring the poor, who let these veterans be homeless by that empty threat and voting, and distract us from distraction like it's empathy promoting a brand new world with common sense, like the one we're in's worth saving. These patriotic imbeciles all in trucks with flags draped hanging and waving on infrastructure, crumbling and broken. A mass of people that all believe bad things are better when unspoken. I don't represent them, but they embody me. From shopping mall to magazines, from shore to oily sea. The cognitive dissonance, the shame of being self-aware, devolving back to ape, transcending will to care. We are trapped in a burning amusement park and it's no longer amusing.
The malaise right after ecstasy, the moment when you come. It's the freedom of restriction, and it feels good to be dumb. So sit tight and relax now, the flight is almost done. Your life is almost over. Are you still having fun? But, what if we're never really living, and this life is just the dream of your crippled, dying body in a loop forever seen? Just a film stained in perspective by a creature that could talk in a canvas with no meaning in a universe of rocks, some of which stay shining for years after they're dead, the speed of light just bending toward the eyeballs in your head. It's the illusion of a faint glow, the reminder of a burn. In the canopy of outer space, like us, it never learns. But one day we'll become the trees to bask in spite of sentience. To brush upon your skin a breeze, you'll know that's me, and what it meant. To live in spite of you is the same to me as the end will be, but that makes me optimistic too. I'd come back to you eternally, back before it dies again. I'd hold you close, I'd breathe you in, and take note of how your shoes drag across the pavement when you walk away from me.
I live in a dream of a country, and I live in the valley of stars. It's better when you take the back seat and blend in with the rest of the cars. I should get a good job and a faithful wife. I should go back to school and make my parents proud. I should chase a black car for the rest of my life and choke on the fumes from its toxic cloud. It's like I'm only on this earth to play a role
like the moment of my birth was nothing small, and like it's any different from a funeral. Deliberately illiterate, consider it a bathroom stall, because I live in a dream of a country, and we piss on the concept of truth. An abyss where nothing is new and nobody's free, not even our youth. Because there's cops at school and the adults are nervous from the impending thought of the next disaster. Guns are easy to get, cinema's violent, and kids these days just grow up faster. But it's a good message sent to the American young. You don't step out of line because they're always among us. I was arrested once as a kid myself in this dream of a country, bent on self-fulfilling prophecy, when you can't pay your fines, but they say you're still free. And the funny thing that I can never seem to wrap my head around is that the school planned this out to teach the rest to settle down. Because they could have arrested me before I went to class. Instead, they chose that around 3 they would arrest me in the nearby grass. But I live in a dream of a country, and I live in the valley of stars. But it's better when you take the back seat and be the last on a cop's radar. I was born a reckless boy with rocks under his skin. I had books instead of toys and TV instead of friends. I was born minus a view, a scientist of shapes and hues. But as I aged, I devolved to all gray, once vibrant blue. I stood up to say a pledge every day to a colored flag. How to be a nationalist pre-K to 11th grade. You would make a pretty soldier in a casket as a waste, but elect another president to blast your kids away. The cycle never ends because we never learn from them. And from the womb I had a clenched fist where I punched my way out. What does that mean? Do I even exist? I'm a floating head that's full of doubt. But everything is tranquil now, when the days all run so fast. Sometimes it's easy to forget how they had ever come to pass. The summer nights but memory and an anchor in my tooth. From sore gums to jet black sea, Listerine still tastes like you. And there's 2 snakes in the grass. I grab them by the fangs and eat their heads. They taste like bitter beans, never been, just not dead. So pepper spray them something pretty, so their mouths will be exposed. They'll take down this whole damn city. But if they don't, we'll still foreclose. So you think the TV sells you truth? Or that the news is all objective? We are the glowing square collective. We are dull and ineffective. Because they only care about you so you can enlist. Finding ways to sell you shit while you're still lost in slumber. And they only seem to care about you until you can't resist. And even if you can, you're already outnumbered. From the Midwest to the desert, every ending is the same. All the hoarders have their money, and it's always been this way. When even you are censored, and your brain is wiretapped, and they take away your visa, and suddenly you're trapped, you're free to be a citizen that goes to work and sleeps. But if you even think of breaking that, then they'll cuff you in the streets. So it makes this young man wonder, what the fuck is all this for? Nothing, really. It's just a trip. I guess it doesn't matter anymore. I smoke like I have death in mind. I guess I'm not the cautious kind, but I come unfurled in this unkind world, and I should have stayed curled up in bed. But I watched the saddest news instead, that corporate chain and talking head brought to you by the state of unemployment. And you don't know why, but you know you want it the moment that it's advertised. But don't blame us, we're unadvised, and in fact, we're encouraged. A consumer buys to feel baptized in a place that makes him feel pint-sized and discouraged. Have you ever been on the poverty diet? Where you eat your bologna and you're thankful and quiet because, hey, at least you got to eat today. And it might not always be this way. Because we are a country perpetually stuck. And we're all millionaires that are down on our luck. And we use social programs like their poverty camps. Thank God it's a card now and that it's not still stamps. Is life about just buying shit? Is that the only thing that makes us tick?
Our Jesus Christ of Bethlehem has a corporate sponsorship, but nobody dares bite the hand that wrote the holy writ of consumption. And you have no control of it because it is your life's presumption to obtain and to acquire in a global mass corruption. You can only feed the fire and mourn the next eruption. Come morning it will start again, the rules of which have always been: do not feel at home in your skin, and do not let your neighbor win and have the bigger SUV, the better home and family. It's the American way and the way to be. Our grandparents fought, they were draftees, to fight for all the rights that they lost on graduation day. So we enslaved the Middle East to pay them back. A brown desert turned the darkest black. We installed dictators specifically catered to follow us through on this blessed attack. And the money made was worth the lives, to have these precious cars to drive. You could hear them as their bones snapped and cracked so we could thrive. And then there come these two airliners with passengers that decided that violence was how they'd react. And our leaders took the bait from these terror designers and did unto us the Patriot Act. Because who needs a warrant? Privacy is archaic, and we can already read your lives on the blogging mosaic. When everything is about to crash, you have to stay a step ahead of the population. And they work against you because to them, you are trash. And these are the people that make our decisions. I guess it's kind of like praying, in that you can do it and help nobody, but still feel like you did. When you're ignorant of history, you could be proud of what it is. Proud of what it is.
Like the burden of the day, to be without the levee when the water made its way. Except the water was liquor and the levee was their hand, where one became two, but then it was back again. It's the essence of life, it's the means to an end. When the life is both dull and painful the blade, you were a spark that when lit the core of my mind, but then it grew cold, and in the dark I was blind. The loneliest number that I'd ever known. You were the loneliest person that I'd ever known. Tripped on the words through a plastic telephone. End up in you leaning right back home. But I won't forget the taste of your flesh, of the beat in your chest, of the lack of your breath. Your friend was atop me, but mine was alone. One is the loneliest number that I've ever known.
I swore I'd never run back to the place of my birth, because so much had died there. I tore through a hole in the earth just to end up right back there, and face to face with the prior me and so much life to live but nothing to say, because he'd never get a chance, and even if he did, he'd probably squander it away. I'm a sight to see, and a sight unseen. I'm a visionary without the scope, a narcissistic dream. And even the words I write are crippled by the tongue, always getting ahead of itself and down your throat. Everyone is losing it. Everyone I love is getting old. Everyone I love is getting dull and boring. I think that's the biggest problem with what I once had. The fact that I have it no more and have even less to show for it. Just a collection of images on a hard drive and a heavy heart. I remember how it felt to watch her die. The semblance of self lost within medication. And you wonder how it got to the point of now until you step out and realize that it's all downhill from here. And that's what they never tell you when you're young. To appreciate the world before it's dead and before it's gone and before everything feels empty and hollow and stupid. Here's a pop culture reference to keep myself dated and to sell the fuck out before I ever feel jaded. Here's to just one day where I'm not being sold something. Not a politician, not a brand new car, or that feeling I get when I own something new. Back to the days of before I was old, and before I was here, and before it was cold, and when I was new, just before it got ugly.
So we're here now at forever, and in your eyes I found myself. I could have slept there for invaded here, but you left with someone else. And drowning in the contrast, there's no one to hold my hand. Instead I find myself in bed with women I can't stand. There go the lights, it's dark. If I am not the way, then I'm the way out. If I am not the way, then I'm the way out. If I am not the way, then I'm the way out. That's the place that I'm not doing things in the person.
Fast asleep, she couldn't wait to leave. She couldn't wait to pack her things and couldn't say a goddamn word. But I suppose the emphasis in silence says more than quivering lips ever could, even though they probably should. We are debris scattered after a storm because it might resemble home, but it doesn't feel the same as it did before. And my feet are planted. And I'll never learn to fly, or learn to tell the difference between a girl and her lie, and under that cold black sky, I resist and capsize under the weight of unrivaled apathy. So I swallow some air and collapse under a gravity far away from home. Ask yourself, who was there when everyone would rather see you break? And I bet you see my face. If you don't, then you're not paying attention. When the world was fast asleep and we were the only ones awake, when we explored inner space, I guess it might have been the tension. But it happened, and you know it will again, so you keep me at a distance. As if I'm only bound to be, and I'm something you can count on. I close my eyes and count to 10 for years, and in persistence, you take so much from me, because I'm something you can walk on. And it doesn't matter what I say, and since I know, I say nothing. As you return the favor for as long as I give in to it, you are the sweetest of all flavors, until it died and went to shit. To a ghost that I don't recognize, a reminder of my faults as if predestination. But when I look into your eyes, that momentary waltz from land to sea, I wonder, was it only masturbation? Because there is no you in me. So ask yourself again before you wake up in the morning. And if you don't see me, then life is imitating art. It's not about the when or the how, and it's not about the warning. It's that you don't even love me, and you didn't from the start. But if you came up from the depths and I knew it all today, it wouldn't change a goddamn thing, because I'm still in love with you. You can tear apart my everything, as if that is the only way, and I'd be king of the fucked up things we do, and I can't break out of it. Not like you. We are living a revolution of confusion. Our picket signs are question marks rationed out among the people, like food to starving children to ingest it like bad news. We are the generation of irony and apathy and candy, the drunken definition defined as dogmatic diversion. These vultures are venomous and their talons are taking over as oceans fill with salt and bodies lucky enough to die at sea. For the rest of us, there is a lake of sand and the ruins of forgotten cities. Skyscrapers as makeshift mausoleums that molest the blackened clouds and tear them open before they're ready to implode. The cesarean of Mother Nature is cruel and uncaring. Her premature infantile glory bleeds upon the familiar landscape, torturing the soil as retribution and relapse alike, because this addiction is addicting. And though not inescapable, it's simply inconceivable to stop what you know and we only know to question. Our answers are avalanches that could bury us all if we chose to realize them, so we don't, we can't, and we won't. We are living a revolution of confusion. Satisfaction saturated with a semi-smile, mostly frown. Falling fast, the fascists ask, will you help us tear this planet down? Repopulate the populace, the pretty and the petty dream. The eyes of whores and dying men can't see what I have seen. We resonate with radiance, with gas mask on we'll sing. Death, decay, and windy days, these are a few of my favorite things. I hear the sound of bovine priests scream across the radio.
show. He sings of Jesus Christ and bombs and how we're all too dumb to know, of impending doom and butterflies and fast food chains and story time, of starry flags for patriots and church for all the hypocrites that wash their sins and beat their wives and work in factories despising what they became, and who's to blame when the same is sane and the changes came and passed you by like a summer day or a sleep-filled night or a funeral or a lullaby, for babies born without their eyes, for wrinkled men covered in flies and teenage kids that hate their lives. You see, when Columbine was happening, our government was smiling with news that faked sincerity but shined on us some clarity, with bodies strewn upon libraries and crowded robot monasteries, the king and queen of fucked up things, a womb of thumbs opposed to everything, and there was no help, so no help was gave. When Jesus Christ just couldn't save a single fucking soul, he left the entire human race bereft and swimming in a sea of grass, but drowning when it grew too fast. The soil became a flood of ink, and you cannot kill what does not think, so think not and think well, for the revolution is of ourselves. The contribution is a wishing well, monetary dreams of wealth. This is hell, and I'm sure of it. We'll fight and fuck our way back now, the children march forever, rung by rung around the lids of eyes now sewn together. The city went from black to bright when gasoline did burn for days, the scent of flesh and falling rain in a televised death parade. We are the few, but we are the dead, watching it run from hospital beds. We are the clergy and we fuck our kids. That's not how it should be, it's just how it is. I see with old eyes and I fuck like a corpse, divide the classes, the rich from the poor, and the good from the bad, and the right from the wrong, the builders from brick and the singers from song, because it never really mattered and it never really could. You can count the times you should have done what you know you never would, and by the time you lose your body parts, your confidence and once had heart, when you lose the time between your ears and realize then that it all was clear, by the time the day has sprouted trees and you're left with just your memories and the rust of youth and loss and shame, when you forget how you remember things and you forget how she tasted when she turned around and forced you in, when sex is lost and nothing's heard, tornadic winds and mockingbirds, and if that mockingbird won't sing, then we'll have to settle for lesser things, for things not worth settling for, but that doesn't matter anymore. The pretty and the petty dream, but they will never see what I have seen. Half drunk with the wind in my empty eyes, looking at the kind of sun that blows and shifts but doesn't shine. And there was a girl, her black dress shined hard against the unrelenting sidewalk, used both now for feet and for teeth, as hers painted the ground as she picked them up to preserve her beauty. She wept, but she didn't really make noise. She just blanketed the earth and opened up her legs for boys to come inside and reproduce. The placenta from the lives before still cackled, still cooed. Her hair was ratted and roaches were swimming, not the bug but the end of a cigarette cigarette, still half aflame where the ants picked up and the buzzers left off. Eighth notes and coffee stains and name and place of wedding rings I heard her sing in silence. Sympathizing for the devil with my head level, I have empathy for children throwing their bodies onto uncles and brothers and cousins, and it wasn't like she was enjoying it, at least it didn't look like it, lying there half alive, mostly dead. I remember how she used to tell me that the grass wasn't green, but magenta, and that the clouds weren't really blue, but that we accepted them as blue, and because they weren't, that nothing in this motherfucking world was true. And since nothing was true, not the colors that we'd grown accustomed to, not the sounds that we'd fucked the night before to, that meant that she had nowhere to go to. So that's where she was, and I looked at her with eyes of oceans, weeping silently to myself too, as I hadn't much to do on a bitter Sunday morning, but she could have warned me. I didn't know what to do, so I put on some pants, a shirt, took a shower, brushed my teeth too. Then I grabbed the closest object, some telephone wire, walked through the dew between my toes and admired the cool summer breeze. To me, that's all that was left. I strangled her to death as she coughed for breath and found redemption. Did I mention how green her eyes looked, or were they magenta? I could still smell the placenta as her toothless mouth expired their final sentiments, but I couldn't be bothered to find out what they meant. So I left her there and I went back to bed. As I poured some milk into my cereal that morning, there were myriad reasons why I couldn't wake up and ignore it. The sound of color just played and played, and I knew deep down that everything was a lie. So I couldn't just ignore the sore tongue I've been speaking with, or the bloody tip of a good idea turned consequence. Because the end justifies little things, but the bigger picture remains a scene too big for the low-minded. So don't mind it, because we're not supposed to get it.
I'm a Monroe face in a dead place, with steady hands to clip the wings of birds in flight that die by night and come back to tell of better things, of things that never come to be as love becomes a hate machine. Load up on drugs and kill your friends for sad rock stars with holes through heads. I'm a Monroe face in a dead place, with eyes that see like a liar's lips of times now gone by setting sun. It's always been the way it is. The way it never should have been is now the room we're playing in, of girls I fucked but rarely loved, but said I did because I do not know who I have been, and I only have these memories. I've tasted every flavor here, but have yet to taste a single thing. I've seen the shores of those unknown as my body slept in Iowa. The wind across my face did show a lack of contribution. I'm a Monroe face in a dead place. Now put me back inside the earth, poke holes beneath so I can breathe, because death is not the anti-birth. It's the anti-birds and anti-flight that feed on tides by vast moonlight and dim street lights and dull fist fights. And there is no fear where there are no guns, no teeth where there is no pavement. The cops are here, now hide your life. I'm pretty sure they're here to take it. There is no wrong where there is no right, and since the dark defines the night, we must be going places, dear, but they're never gonna catch me here. Let me make the sentiment clear. I'm a Monroe face in a dead place, and everything dead will always be, and everything born will still someday be dead. So carry on, forget the sun, and come back to talk of better things. I'm a Monroe face in a dead place.
Sit still until the hill turns over. Sun turns winter into something gold. The radio played the days out in color. Sun turns winter into something old. And I turn these splinters into wounds and roads. Right on down the tributary, pluck the skin right off the berries and suck the poison straight down. Go down easy. Nothing that is real is, from her dark hair to mine. on the riverbanks where our mute lips touch shore to create tide, an irrelevant eclipse from an old life to one that will not die. Saliva falls from the girl's bruised lips, fingers pressed against warm, crushed hips, the weight of the dirt with sun in her eyes, and blood in the sky, blood in the sky. Winter rain fell, turned the day into night, melted into ice, lit a ghost of twilight. In lieu of fresh gardening, settled for dirt, and everything hurt. Oh, everything hurt. What kind of man am I to taste the fruit of obvious lie and lay beside a wounded bedspread? Her breasts were pressed up against my chest, and my heart was caving in to walk that diving board again and sink.
Spots burning, the floral print. You don't really give a shit. Your words are true. This bedroom is hell because of you.
My first thought is always, what time is it? How long did I sleep? And by the time that thought hit my head and I was awake, by that time the fucking trip's gone. And that fucking sucks. I really want to know what these cuts are from. You know, why did I slice myself up in my sleep? Borderline personality disorder. That's what I have, you guys. That's what I have. I have a borderline personality disorder. I'm diagnosing myself. Because, you know, sometimes I feel like I intentionally eke out an existence of sadness and I find ways to be bitter about everything. It doesn't matter how great something is in my life. I find some way to fucking critique it. It's not as good as something else, or I can't relate to it. I can't fucking relate to it. And because I have such a fucking selfish brain, if I can't immediately relate to something, I don't want anything to fucking do with it. So, how can I expand my consciousness if that's the way I naturally fucking think? But why do I do this, I think? I have this journal, and I've been, instead of just writing about how I feel about things and being mopey and depressed as shit, what I've been doing is I've been trying to analyze my emotions. Why do I feel this way? Why do I want the things that I want? And, you know, all I can really gather is I'm scared that if I allow myself to be happy, that I am going to become like a Billy Corgan type of artist and just lose my fucking mind. Lose my perception of this shitty planet we live on. And see, that's immediately what I say. I don't say this is the planet we live on. I say the shitty planet we fucking live on. Why is it shitty? It's fucking beautiful, right? Like, so many beautiful things happen every fucking day. So many terrible things happen every day. But all of it is fucking beautiful. The human experience is beautiful. And I know that, and I realize that. But still, when I look at the world, it's like, it's pretty shitty. Yep, that's pretty shitty. That's pretty shitty. That's pretty shitty too. That's pretty shitty. I don't understand what's up with my head. Someone's coming in here. Who's out there? What were we talking about? Oh, yes, we were talking about my multiple personality disorder. Do any of you ever feel like that? Do any of you ever feel just like you're an alien in your own fucking
suddenly feel foreign to you. Maybe it's just that I'm in a new place, and it's not just new in terms of geography, it's new in terms of people's mentalities and how they perceive me as a human being and how I perceive them. Maybe I just automatically feel alien because of that. But sometimes I'm just sitting around and I won't be doing anything, I'll be working on a song, and a thought would just hit me like a fucking brick in my face, like, who are you? And then I just go blank. And I feel like I'm just this shell. Like I have skin and these nice little thoughts and feelings, these very minimalistic animal feelings. But then I'm like, what else is there? The things that I love and the people that I love, I'm never around. The art that I enjoy making, fucking frog in my goddamn throat. But the art that I enjoy making, I suddenly forgot how to do. I haven't been able to write a story in 2 years. I used to be so good at that shit. I write a poem and I just feel it's pretentious and stupid, and it just goes away. I fucking scribble it out. I can't even finish one anymore. I don't know what's wrong with my head. Why am I making myself hate the things that I love? I don't know. We got 6 minutes. That's pretty good. 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 This is the dead era of art. We have no perception of life outside of our own consumption. The hippies lost, the conglomerates won, and everybody glorifies it. Everybody lives inside of the industrialized machine. The same machine they swear they oppose. Everybody has a clique and a strong, almost militant sense of fashion. Let's say hypothetically that you wear Converse shoes. You wear Converse shoes because it represents your ideologies. Nobody wears a pair of Chuck Taylors simply because they think that they look cool. Because the only reason they look cool to you is because they represent a certain ideology. They represent the counterculture. You wear Chuck Taylors because they remind you of Kurt Cobain. That's why he killed himself, because he was no longer a person. He became a symbol. You wear Chuck Taylors because they say something about you that you otherwise could never say about yourself. And that's the same reason you wear the clothes that you choose to wear day in and day out every single day of your lives. Same reason I do. You see, the counterculture is a target demographic in America. So that means if you are part of any descent of popular media or popular culture, then you are still actively a beast within the corporate mechanism. You are a slave to the very thing you rally against. Chuck Taylor is owned by Nike. Do you know that? They target the athlete and the anti-athlete alike. Both sides of the spectrum wear uniforms and both are blinded by their rampant consumption. And hey, you can't blame us. We're Americans. We were raised to be this way. There's nothing good on the radio anymore. You can turn on any radio in America right now, and I guarantee you, on a popular rock station, they'll be playing a modern hit from 2002. They don't fucking get it. Radio has become antiquated. Because with the internet, culture moves so fast. DJs from across the globe have abandoned the very thing that made radio so great. They don't say anything.
good about themselves. Music gets popular today because we hate it. It triggers that same emotional response that makes us feel good about ourselves, but it does it in the exact opposite way as it was intended to. People enjoy listening to this garbage because the actual product makes them feel better about themselves. It's not what is within it. It is just its face value. Now don't think that I'm speaking with an elitist tongue because I'm no better than any of you. I watched that Rebecca Black video and I did the same thing that most of you did. I brought my roommates downstairs and I said, you have to listen to this. It is the worst fucking song that anyone has ever written in the history of mankind. And we watched it and we all laughed and we all felt better about ourselves. Not only did I feel better as a person, but I felt better as a musician too. I felt better in every single fucking way. And now Rebecca Black is rich. She'll probably get signed by a major label and have her own Disney reality show premiering in 2012. Oh, and I'm wearing Chuck Taylors right now that were made by Nike, that I ordered from the internet, that were produced in China and shipped to me. Probably paid too much for them. And again, I paid too much for everything. I'm part of the problem and I don't know how to change it.
Out the religions even more. You know what I mean?
I see your point, but not if it was reestablishing what was originally true.
Okay, here's my. No, you're not in anything. I'm just curious about something. You were saying that all these different branches are basically celebrating the same deity. My issue with that is they're really not. Like, they're really not embracing the same idea of God because, like, a fundamentalist Christian is like hellfire and brimstone. You know, you live a certain way of life with a certain code of ethics, or you burn for eternity. And then the Baptist perception of God is drastically different than your guys' perception of God or a Muslim's perception of God. And in fact, Muslims don't even celebrate the same deity. So,
Jewish, I mean, that's just totally different.
And the Jewish believe that they're the chosen people. So I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't think it's fair that if there is a certain God, that you just have to get it right.
Who's winning so far? We're not looking for holes, I guess. We're just gonna fuck every hole that we find. Because I don't want to look for every hole of it. If she could be my girlfriend, and then I would trade my girlfriend to her boyfriend or some shit like that, and I was like, hell yeah, this is fucking sweet.
Cody Weber.
Today's your day.
I know it is my day.
Go ahead,
I went to a buffet. I sat there and ate off of it for free. He got me pop. And he fucking righteously got this plate of food. I walked out with it.
I'm vermin manifested into young men, flesh and bone, the skin of me defied by that in which I'd grown. It's the holocaust of affection. It's gluttony and shame. It's Republicans and Democrats that both look just the same. It's a car wreck in the morning from that late night Sunday drive. It's semi-automatic shells and billboard signs for food. They bred us to be scared to death, but I'm not in the mood. So I starve myself from my consumption and pretend that I have changed, that I'm somehow any different, that my soul's not prearranged. Do I have no rage inside me? Is it excess baggage now? To turn around is to admit that I've been wrong somehow. So I point my bloody fingers, stain red just like my gums, and appreciate my nature and my two opposing thumbs. Who the fuck am I today? Just the product of my youth? The one that came inside a box, mislabeled as truth.
Because getting old's admitting that there's no such thing as that. To replace the passion in my veins for a pack of cigarettes. Because I'd rather sleep it all away than admit the dream is flown, and that I am still just vermin, and I'm better off alone.
If you wanted to be remembered for anything, what would it be?
Watching TV.
You want to be remembered for watching TV?
Mhm.
That's it?
No, being a superhero.
What kind of superhero are you? What are your superpowers?
My superpowers are doing some science stuff that will kill the bad guys.
Is there anything about yourself that you don't like that makes you mad about yourself?
When I lose stuff that I like and I hit myself in the nose or the
You do it on purpose?
Mhm.
Why?
I don't lose on purpose.
No, but you hate yourself on purpose?
Mhm.
Because you're mad at yourself?
Yeah.
Is that how you take your anger out? Just get mad at yourself instead?
Well, actually, I get out my anger with doing deep breaths.
Tell me something about Mom.
My mom is nice, and I like to snuggle with her.
Talk about her. Talk about some things she does for you.
She buys me some games sometimes, and she buys me some cute little toys sometimes. She buys me regular toys sometimes.
So that's all she does? Just buys you stuff?
No.
That's all you like is the stuff she buys?
Yeah.
That's it? You don't like anything else about her?
Well, I like everything about her. Everybody's liking me.
Yeah. What was the happiest moment of your life?
I don't know.
Well, think about it.
Snuggling with my mom.
Make a face that you think looks like you.
If you look in the lens, it looks like a big eyeball. It does. Looks like a computer eyeball looking at me, taking pictures.
YouTube, Jake? You'll be on YouTube. Your face is all dirty. Come here. Come on. Let me wipe your face off and then redo that. I don't mind putting pictures on there.
Woody, we want you to get a picture with smoke billowing out of our mouth.
That would be sweet.
We've tried forever to get it, and we just aren't talented. I guess I could just like put it through the nail, unless you want it to be perfect.
You could do that. I'm fine with that.
Fuck you, Kia Cut.
Alright, put the tag down at the bottom so it makes it stable.
I'm the guy. I'm the guy. Go give me a beer. Give me expensive beer.
Dinosaur started out in the desert. He was walking and walking, and he got in the freezing cold tundra. He was so ugly, and he was so cold, and things are getting warmer, hot, so hot. Then he got on the rocks. He was walking across the rocks, and then he started flying. And then he gotcha. He gotcha. What's he doing now? You tell me to do it. He's gonna get me.
I'm not running.
Tell me something.
Remember that video they made when I was 3 years old? When the monster from the sea came on a ship? They were sailing in the sea. Somehow, a giant came out of the sea. A giant that's made out of seawater. A big wave come. It was so strong that it made a hole in the boat. And then they shrunk into it like this. Well...
Remember a long time ago we had a keyboard and I used to write little songs on it, and then you pretend to like them?
As a matter of fact, I really did love that one.
Yeah, with all the like animals.
That you still exist for the knuckles to have every fist.
High school, and then like I figured I was supposed to like rise above all them, you know, be famous and stuff. And I was working on my knees and trash, chip it all over the place, and I figured out. I looked up and the people made fun of me. We were in this nice car, driving, laughing at me. And I'm just like, wow, this really sucks.
Should I bring my guitar?
Yeah, go get it.
I'm obsessed with the cemetery. I just think it's so beautiful.
Yeah, I like it too.
And then you come at the right time of the day, and you got the sun beating down in the trees. I came here, I don't know when it was, but there were burning leaves in the cemetery.
Yeah.
Next to the graves. That. I took a picture of it.
Look, where's Jay? Where's he going? Want to go get in the tent with Jay? Look it. Want to get in there? Open it up to the door. There's a door.
I have plenty of them.
I do, but they're more interesting when you say them.
Most of the time it was screaming and making you mind. All three of you. Drove me nuts. Drove me crazy every day.
Not me. You liked it though.
Tell me how bad
I was younger, I would have probably died of a heart attack.
Tell me how bad it was when I tripped and hit my forehead on the heater outside.
Oh my God! Cheyenne come in screaming you were dying.
You were dead.
Blood dripping everywhere.
That was bad though. That thing's a bad one. I was running because I was like, boom.
Your dad came right in after that, so I had you laid up on the table and I stopped the bleeding.
There was a mouse in Jay's ravioli one day.
It was all over his little face. It was cute. He was swimming in ravioli and just eating that stuff.
She woke up one day when she was a young girl, and she
So my girlfriend pointed out to me tonight that we have radically different views on humanity. More specifically, how we perceive groups of people and society as a whole. And I realized at this time that I've become an incredibly pessimistic human being, and I just say it like it's not, like it's just like, no, it's realistic, because to me that is realistic. In my head, I think we're all selfish creatures. I think every single one of us are fucking selfish, inherently. 100% selfish. I believe even the selfless things we do in life are inherently selfish. I think that when you buy something for somebody that you like, it's not only a token of how much you value them, but you do it because it makes you feel good to do it. I'm not saying that's bad, I'm not saying it's good, I'm just saying that's human, that's what we do. The way that I see it is it's selfless on the surface, but it's selfish deep down, embedded deep in your brain. You're doing it because you like that fucking feeling, that reward that you give yourself by doing something nice for another human being, or for an animal, or, for whatever. We all have a soft spot somewhere. I've kind of lost the ability to show that, I think. I always hear that the way that I come off is a lot different than the way I'm really feeling about something. Like, I always hear I'm really mellow, and I don't mean to be. Sometimes I'm really excited about something, but people are like, God damn, man, why aren't you getting excited about this? This is really awesome. I'm like, I fucking am getting excited. Why can't you see it on my face? Why is it not there? I feel like I'm being really animated all the time. Like I'm being to the point of almost being a caricature, being a cartoon almost. And I think that there's a disconnect there, between how I'm viewing the situation, how the situation is really occurring. And what bugs me about it is I don't think I've progressed into having a almost nihilistic view on everything, just thinking everything is fucked and there's no way to fix anything. I just think that's what I've always been. I don't think there's ever been a time where I thought that things were just right. Patriotism is just like, you gotta be proud to be from America, and I've never felt that. I've never been proud that my parents fucked here. It's never been something I've given a shit about. To me, the big picture defines the small one, and it's always been that way for me. I don't know how to feel about that, because to me, I don't feel like I'm bitter. I feel like I'm realistic about things. I don't think that anything in the big picture is going to change. I mean, we've been plagued with human problems for the entire duration of humanity, and to act like we're not always going to have them is just a ridiculous notion. There's always going to be fucking conflict.
I would hit it. I was gonna see.
Wait, no, you didn't fall off the bike.
I know. I was gonna see. I was on a sled. I was gonna see if I would hit the bike or not, and I did.
And now you have an always blushing face.
Blushy.
Someday, the only video evidence of you is just gonna be that. You're gonna think you're this square bear.
Are you taking a video of me on it?
Yeah.
I like taking videos.
Okay, say something profound.
What is profound?
Say something that's later on in your life, you'll be like, man, I was smart. Get closer to the light there. It's too dark over there. Come here. Get over here.
I'm smart.
Okay, come here. Explain how. Give me an example.
Well, I knew, when I was a 3-year-old, I knew that 2 + 2 is 4. 4s.
Can you tie your shoes?
No.
Why can't this kid tie his shoes?
Well,
Don't even go there, Cody.
No, you want me to get my shoes right now? I'll tie them.
You were the last one in your class.
No, that's not true.
That is true.
I was the first to tie my shoes, the first one on the alphabet. I was the first one on a mile under 3 minutes. I did 200 pull-ups in one sitting.
200 pounds?
Dakota knew how to tie his shoe before you did.
Dakota is a freak of nature.
Dakota knew how to ride a bike before you did.
Well, when it comes to athletics, you know what? I finished.
Is shoelace tying athletics?
I wrote you know what? Yeah, it is. It could be a skill. You know, want to know something that I did? I wrote a book in 4th grade. Mom doesn't know about that because she doesn't care, Jake. She doesn't care about that stuff. Only cares that you can do pull-ups and shit.
No, actually, you did bring up the tie shoes thing.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. He said, can you tie... You said, can you tie your shoes?
Give a broom,
Right there. Knock it over again when you get through.
Why do you have this here?
Because his grandma's taking care of it.
Well, you're not doing a very good job.
I'm not with my son knocking it off the table all the time.
There's a stupid place for it.
Thank you.
Bury me in a suit in case I have somewhere to go. And if you wouldn't mind, I could really use something to smoke. Just place it in my hand and gently help it close. You know, this'll make for a good laugh someday, I suppose. And before you put me in that pine box, let me talk, figure out the memories I'd rather leave behind. And before you put me in the cold earth, make it hurt in the dirt, I could swear that we still had time, right? In the middle of the summer, when the ground's still warm, you can hear the thunder coming off the sky like a Trojan horse in your hometown. Open up your eyes, said my father in a dream that I had once. Now all I need is time to understand why, but I guess my time is running out. And with one last breath I would hold you there, eternally and close. With one dead hand as I light the smoke you gave to me, to show that when composed, what's still morose is the final thing that gets exposed in life.
You can make me talk, but there's nothing left to say. You can make me fuck, but you cannot make me crave. You can make me feel, but I'm familiar with that pain, so I am not afraid, I am just ashamed. You can make me think about the way it should have been. You can make me fall in love and right back out again. You could wear my soul as clothes and set my skin aflame, and still within your smile I would be just as ashamed. But you cannot put me there again. You can't make me believe. There's no such thing as what once was. Now there's only me. You cannot make me see the depth as nothing more than rain. As long as you are swimming in it, I will always be ashamed. There's a demon in my head that I don't want to listen to. He's sleeping in my bed and he's taking up the living room. It doesn't matter what is said, only that I've heard it through. He's in this pack of cigarettes, the cancer that it's equal to. There is a devil on my tongue and there are times I let him out. He was there when I was young and he followed me on every route. I knew I wasn't good enough, because of him I had no doubt. And now I'm made of all this stuff that I wish I could live without. There is a demon in my head that I don't want to listen to. He's sleeping in my bed and he's fed on all the thoughts of you. The words you never said, I always wanted to believe in you. I can never see us dead, but the time has come, it's overdue. By the time it matters most, well, it still won't matter much, because in this life we coast until there's nothing left to clutch. There is a demon in my head that I don't want to listen to. He's crawling in the threads of every moment that I've spent on you, waiting for a time that was never bound to come. The demon ends up winning, I end up feeling dumb, and we're back at the beginning, I end up feeling numb.
I guess that I don't either.
overnight storage bin. Fighting mosquito bites and a lupus flare, she stared into the uncanny puddle that was her life. The ever-going struggles that became a knife, severing friendships and blistering the most calloused of palms. Biting the middle finger that fed her ever so often. I was afraid and feeling guilty. She had it made, her legs were filthy, and I had a dirty mind just in time for the moon to fuck her and the sun to fuck my skin. Cancer within, though I didn't know it, didn't show 1 ounce of mercy as the flies consumed her flesh, and her mind turned nothing as the time kept turning its back on us.
save and what you gonna say. Are you gonna say anything? Who you gonna fuck and who you gonna love? Who you think you're gonna marry? I don't wanna breathe, I just wanna see how the insides of you exist. Tell me, do you miss the pain of a blister rosemary machine? Don't tell me how to breathe, don't tell me. Suddenly I see and suddenly I'm bare, naked and I'm cold up in the ground, dirty from the mud, raining hail above, knock me cold under this willow tree. Why won't you talk to me? Do I not have a voice? Have I ever said a word to you? Well, it sure is good to see you melt and warm into the ground. Sand bath, I found something so beautiful, so beautiful, so beautiful. Where you go? be when the sun stops shining, digging in the dirt, all burned down, drying? Where you gonna be when the asphalt sun blisters us one by one? It goes away. It goes away. It goes away.
We are living in a revolution of confusion. Our picket signs are question marks rationed out among the people, like food to starving children to ingest it like bad news. We are the generation of irony and apathy and candy, the drunken definition defined as dogmatic diversion. These vultures are venomous and their talons are taking over as oceans fill with salt and bodies lucky enough to die at sea. For the rest of us, there is a lake of sand and the ruins of forgotten cities. Skyscrapers as makeshift mausoleums that molest the blackened clouds and tear them open before they're ready to implode. The cesarean of Mother Nature is cruel and uncaring. Her premature infantile glory bleeds upon the familiar landscape, torturing the soil as retribution and relapse alike, because this addiction is addicting, and though not inescapable, it's simply inconceivable to stop what you know and we only know to question. Our answers are avalanches that could bury us all if we chose to realize them, so we don't, we can't, and we won't. We are living a revolution of confusion.
2 weeks is all it takes from love to hate and back to boring. With words on tongue, because paper seems suddenly less rewarding. And somehow being cut is different than cutting myself out of basements and becoming mute. It's different than choosing to be silent, but isn't it all the same? Yeah, isn't it all the same? Regret, love, less than syntaxes and coffee-stained teeth. Oh, how beautiful. She chose not to be.
can't.
But you will. You know, you will think of things. And I'll get bored with you and feel trapped because that's what happens with me.
Okay.
cobblestone. You keep going for the same, that tiny little longing for a place that makes you feel far less alone. So here's for the wanderer going towards the sun. The modern nomad has nothing on this speed, so keep driving, 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 driving on.
hook in deep, he twists it to make sure the victim will never get away.
Well, I don't wanna say that I miss you, but I do. And I don't wanna say that I'm into nothing, but I'm really not cut out to be much anything except when I close my eyes. Our time is done. I'm not a kid anymore. I'm not a kid. Well, I don't wanna say that I miss the ways that you made me feel, and I don't wanna fall under that weight because that's not who I am. But what if it is? What if I am? Feel better, made of my anomaly. Turn casket, go minds in but it's not my fault. There's still more buried underneath, hiding inside. I got no relief. Battered to my neck, I can see the trees. Bother me, bother me. I feel regret every goddamn day. Most of the time, I wish you'd go away. If I close my eyes and pretend to break out, bother me. Bother me. No, no, no. it's not coming back. I'm a lonely stretch of road that just makes you sad. I can complicate the good life you had because fuck your dreams. It's not coming back. You can sit around and wait, but it'll still be dead. Feed it all you want, bring a noose instead. You've irreversibly affected me.
She slithered to the bar with a spade tongue far from the eel that her grandmother was, and ordered 2 shots of a poison called rot, and on belly she swam through the dust. As the drink kicked in and the snake blacked out and venom dripped thick from the crease of its mouth, letting ghosts fly in and skeletons out, she slithered through the door with elbows sore, carpet burnt skin, and a raw hide. Here we go again. As bone betrayed skin and scales grew out from the inside. The snake never talked, but she laughed and sucked cock and bit as the orgasm came. So it's Adam and Eve, but it's never believed. The story just plays out the same. As the drink wore off and the light flipped on, and venom was vomit still ripe on her tongue, but it slipped into lung like fate or an old shoe struck against the fucking temple. You call it a hangover, but I'm just hanging.
overnight storage bin. Fighting mosquito bites and a lupus flare, she stared into the uncanny puddle that was her life. The ever-growing struggles that became a knife, severing friendships and blistering the most callous of palms. Biting the middle finger that fed her ever so often. I was afraid and feeling guilty. She had it made, her legs were filthy, and I had a dirty mind just in time for the moon to fuck her and the sun to fuck my skin. Cancer within, though I didn't know it. Didn't show 1 ounce of mercy as the flies consumed her flesh, and her mind turned nothing as the time kept turning its back on us.